Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. The greatest show on earth has returned.
This is ridiculous, Tony. This could be dangerous.
Rikki Thrash is back.
It's for you.
And better than ever.
Talk to me, Tony. But then again, danger is my middle name. So sign me up.
Action-packed adventures, heart-throbbing love stories, and hard-hitting, powerful music to bring you into the 1980s like never before.
Hey, darling.
Hi.
We only got one shot of this, Tony. We can't mess this up. We gotta stop playing around.
Sit back, grab that popcorn, and buckle up. Rikki Thrash is here to take you on the ride of your life. The world's favorite 80s action hero is coming to you live on television. Up next.
I can't believe I have to do this. What? No, I'm cleaning my room right now. Yeah. Mom, no, I said I'm cleaning my room. No, I'm not live yet. No, it's okay. What do you... No, I'm hanging out with the Thrashers tonight. Live. I know, This sucks. I mean, yes, ma'am, is what I said. I'm almost done. Tony, I thought you said we had time. We're live right now? Oh, dadgummit. All right, hold on. Everybody just... Hey. How we doing? That was a little unexpected. I guess we should... I don't know what to do. Let's just start the stream. Wait a second. Hold on. Okay. Now I know. Let's just start the stream, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's that time of night. Where the Thrashers and the Thrashettes gather round and experience the 1980s. Just ignore what you just saw about 5 minutes ago. That was... That was just complete, utter nonsense. I don't know what the deal was. Tony was supposed to let me know exactly when we're supposed to start the stream. Okay, as you can see, I'm on time tonight. Not a second late. You know, my mom said I had to do some chores before I hung out with you guys, so just trying to take care of those. But anyways, we're here now. Live. As the sun goes down across the horizon, turning the buildings into silhouettes, as the night sky becomes darker and darker. It's a beautiful thing. And you know what else is a beautiful thing? All your smiling faces tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for yourself, because tonight is the greatest night of all Thursday nights. this week. That's what I'm talking about. Clean room, clean morale, a clean set of rules, and a clean mission. It's hard to hold up 4 fingers without like halfway lifting up the pinky, but I think you understand. We'll go ahead and make it 4.5, because why not? But let's round up to 5, because tonight we have a lot of things to do. And a lot of things to tackle. And you might be asking, Rikki Thrash, well, that sounds impossible to tackle things. Well, you're looking at a 6'5", 225-pound figure ready to strike at any moment. So I want you to buckle up, sit tight, grab that popcorn and extra butter, because Rikki Thrash is about to take you along for the ride of your life. The greatest 80s action hero to ever live. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the 1980s.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. It's that time of night to introduce the starting lineup of the Rikki Thrash Show. And I want you to put your hands together for the greatest lineup of them all. Ladies and gentlemen, across the water, keeping one eye bolted at that CRT TV and the other eye bolted at those beautiful babes on that yacht party, keeping the stream in check. Make some noise for Tony, the assistant. And moving left and right, keeping Rikki Thrash in frame at all times, the cinematic eye in the sky himself, ladies and gentlemen, the man behind the camera, the man behind the lens. Make some noise for Giorgio. And the one that brings the greatest entertainment, ladies and gentlemen, brings you at the edge of your seat every single night except for the nights he doesn't stream. The one making it happen, Rikki Danger Thrash. Make some noise.
Thank you. Stop, please. Please, you're the best. You're the best. Okay, keep it going. All right, if you insist. I mean, I didn't know that I was that special. You know, my mom always tells me I'm special. I always thought I don't know. She always told me that when I saw the short bus go by, and she told me I was special and needed to be on that bus, but anyways, give it up for me, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's the night of your life. So make some noise for Rikki Danger Thrash one more time, because I want to hear it all night tonight. Okay, I don't want you to stop clapping. I want your hands to be hurting at the end of the night. That's how excited I am tonight. That's how excited and thrilled and psyched and stoked to be here on this totally tubular Thursday evening. Make some noise for yourselves. That's what I'm talking about. Joe says I'm incredibly special. I appreciate that, Joe. I'm glad we're all on the same page. I'm glad we're all on the same page, because tonight is going to be the stream of a lifetime, baby. Of a lifetime. And I know you might be... Sorry guys, I just had to handle that. You see, my mom told me to clean my room today. And so I cleaned my room, and I accidentally left some on the back porch. I I left some trash that I needed to take care of then. So just don't mind the trash, okay? Because there's no trash on this stream tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We're cleaning it all up, and we're making it happen. We're turning that trash into treasure, because tonight, nothing but greatness is to be had.
So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you have your popcorn ready, your Coca-Cola on your side, and your sit back, eyes glued to the television, I want you to do one thing for me. After we thank our sponsors, popcorn with butter. Enjoy it, feel it, taste it. It could be yours today. Find out how to get some at your local grocery store. Or have a blast up here in aisle 39. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to make the greatest racket for the ones who make this all happen tonight and every single night. On the Rikki Thrash Show, there wouldn't be anything possible except the ones who make this go round and round and round. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thrashers and thrashettes, I want you to make some noise for yourselves tonight.
You. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Woo! We're seeing all the claps and the cheers. Give yourself a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You deserve it. Here on the Rikki Thrash Show, we only have one thing and one thing at all in mind. And that is to give you a taste of the greatest decade of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rikki Thrash Show. My name is Rikki Thrash, and I live in the 1980s. And if you didn't know that, then what the heck are you talking about, man? You should know that by now. Also, we got some maintenance workers making this studio the greatest thing. You know, it might sound like we got a 1,000 square feet hallway behind the cameraman, and that's exactly because we do. But sometimes I like them to put some pillows on the walls. In fact, hey guys, you guys mind them, throwing some pillows on the walls real quick, because it's starting to get a little echoey right now. I'm starting to hear myself more than once, and when you start streaming every single night, things start to. You start to talk to yourself a little bit more often, and it kind of gets a little creepy at times. It's like, I sometimes have conversations with myself, and I'm like, yo, Rikki, how you doing today? And I'm like, hey, Rikki, I'm great. Thanks for asking, man. You're looking good. Looking real good. Not sure what that was about. But anyways, guys, can you throw up the pillows on the wall so we're not echoing as much? Thank you. And guys, while they're throwing up the pillows on the wall so it's not echoing. Oh, great job. You guys, look, I don't pay you the big back. I can't speak. I don't pay myself enough money for speech lessons because I obviously need them. Tonight, I don't pay them enough money for the great jobs they do, throwing those pillows up on the wall. And I tell you what, give it up for the maintenance workers in the studio behind Giorgio. They deserve it. Anyways, it's good to be alive, ladies and gentlemen. What a night. What a night indeed. We are sitting, hold on a second. Whoa, Nelly, is what I like to say. when I'm surprised by something. And ladies and gentlemen, you better believe that I'm surprised by something. Right now, we're sitting at 7,000 viewers live on Twitch alone, okay? And don't even tempt me on bringing up YouTube right now. I tell you what, because I know that I'm about to be blown away by the incredible support of the audience right now. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for yourselves. We're sitting at 11,000 over on YouTube. So 11 plus 7, you know what that means. We're almost up to 50,000 viewers altogether. Ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause for being here tonight, the most special night of the evening. Yeah. We just hope you didn't notice that. Beautiful. We're gonna be making some noise tonight, that's for sure. Joe says, I hope the maintenance workers are way better than Tony. Look, I think so far their track record has been just incredible. I mean, they're happy to be here. They're excited that they get a shout out every now and then on the stream. They're just living life right now. You know what I mean? And you know, it's just a wonderful thing. When you got attitudes like that, just living life to the fullest, it's just a wonderful thing. And that's exactly what this stream's about. Living life to the fullest, having the greatest attitude possible, and just attacking the night as if it's trying to take your family away. Yeah. Those guys, they're not gonna see the end of the night, okay? You mess with Rikki Thrash, you mess with my family, all right? Then I'm gonna start talking like this, and I'm just gonna scare you away. How about that? Instead of use force and violence, I could just start talking like this. You know? Since we got all the synthesizers, let's see what we can come up with tonight, because tonight is a wonderful thing. All right, fine. I'll take the blindfold off. Let me just... Okay, we're ready to go now. That's much better. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for me. No? Okay, all right. Fine. Okay, all right. Once upon a time, there was a man. who lived in the 1980s and figured out a way to talk to the people of the future. And tonight, that is no different. That man goes by the name of Rikki Thrash. Oh yeah. And the ones who join him are no one but the Thrashers. And the Thrashettes. Oh, they're so good. And nobody talks about the assistant. They call him Tony. Some people don't like him because the stream always crashes and falls apart. But then we figure it out together as one. Tonight we stand as one. You might think that I'm a little crazy, but that's just me. That's okay, because I'm okay with that. No explanation needed. What do you expect? This is the Rikki Thrash Show. And it's time to party with Rikki Thrash himself. This song goes on forever. I don't even know how to end it. But that's okay, because you can just stop watching whenever you feel like it. All right, now I don't know how to end the song. Okay, I just, my fingers just keep. I can't pull away, but I just have to play. Somebody please help. I don't know what to do anymore, man. I can't play. I can't stop, man. And then I go crazy on the keys like this. Wait, maybe that was the ending. My hands are free. I think that was the end. Wait. This is not a computer, but I'm gonna pretend like it is. No, I'm Look, we don't pretend, all right? This is 100% grass-fed serious on this stream, okay? But according to the research that I did earlier, apparently I can walk away from something as soon as the audience applauses and likes it. And until they like it, I can't walk away. So it's up to you right now. Like, if you feel like that was worthy of an applause, then maybe just throw me a couple claps in the fax machine messages, please, so I can walk away and go enjoy the sunset. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are missing the sunset right now. I want to see some claps in the fax machine messages, or I'm just gonna stay here the whole night. And you don't want that. So make some noise! We did it! We did it! Wow. Incredible. Absolutely phenomenal. You guys really just stopped clapping all of a sudden. I don't know, it was kind of an abrupt stop, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that we're here tonight on the greatest live broadcast of all time. What a night. And what a start to the greatest live broadcasts of all time. Sorry, I can't see nothing in these sunglasses, so I hope you guys just realize that I'm sacrificing it all. I'm putting my heart on the line for you. That's right. Oh, you're over here? Sorry. Guys, forgot, sometimes the camera switches around, so I don't know. Giorgio's just all over the place. Giorgio is one athletic human being, I'll tell you that much. Talking 6'8", 250 pounds of pure muscle. That dude's a stud. You thought I was a stud? No. I mean, yeah, but compared to Giorgio, man, that guy knows how to handle business. It's a great night. A great night indeed here in Miami Vice City. But it looks like a storm is approaching. And we can't get too complacent. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is the ride of our lives. And the only thing we can do about that is to acknowledge the fact that this, right here, right now, is the... Who that could be. This is Rikki. You gotta be kidding me. Well, what have you done about it? That's no excuse. When can you get me in? Tonight. I'll be there. Hey. If I don't see you again, just know that my Thrashers are the greatest live community of all time. Who's your Thrashers? Don't even worry about it, okay? You wouldn't understand. Bye! What a night. The storm is approaching. And the sun is going down. It's time to prepare. Prepare for what's to come. I'm getting super quick at that, I tell you. You know, talk about transporting. Well, listen, I'm the best at transporting, okay? From A to B, just like that, ladies and gentlemen. You are messing with an expert right now. What a great kickoff to tonight's stream, ladies and gentlemen. Give yourself another round of applause. I mean, I don't care how many you give yourselves tonight, but just know that it should be a lot. Because tonight, you're dealing with nothing but the best entertainment on the face of this planet. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what kind of work Tony does tonight. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, this has been the smoothest experience of all time. And I don't know what you guys are thinking right now, but listen. Apparently, we're sitting at 30,000 viewers right now combined, all right? And listen, those of you who are on Twitch, I appreciate it because that's just the better platform, but I am streaming on YouTube as well. I don't even know what that means, okay? Tony just told me to say these things on stream. Look, I live in the 1980s, for those of you who are just joining or just discovering this channel. I don't know where you've been, but wake up, baby! All right, it's the 1980s. Get with the times. So all this terminology that you guys are using from time to time, I'm not too sure about. All I know is that the storm is approaching and the 1990s are right around the corner. And we mustn't let that stop us from doing what we need to do. Giorgio is doing a fantastic job at keeping us locked, center frame, keeping the eye on the sky, the cinematic masterpiece at work. Tonight's gonna be one for the books. As the sun goes down amongst the horizon and the buildings turn into silhouettes, we have a job to do. And that is to answer the call and go for it all. So if that sounds good to you, let's go for it all. No, not gopher, like the animal. I'm talking about go for. Like the words. The words go for it all. I actually have a song about that. It's out on Spotify, whatever that means. Spotify, Apple Music, iTunes, all these terms that Tony threw at me. Don't even know. But it's wonderful because we have the ability to go live in front of the people of the future. Ladies and gentlemen, my thrashers, my thrashettes, welcome to the 1980s. It's good to see all of the familiar faces and some new faces in here tonight, all right? So if you haven't said anything yet, say hello. You know, don't be shy. We got the greatest live community of all time, all right? Ready to party. Everybody's just in a good mood tonight. Everybody's bringing the fire that's necessary to keep this decade alive. So we're gonna put together something really cool tonight. I'm excited for you guys to witness this because, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't already know, Rikki Thrash has all the scripts pre-planned. He knows exactly what he's going to do on stream, every single stream. He has it all outlined, very organized, knows exactly what's gonna happen at each point in the night. And he knows exactly what chords to play and the notes to play. Nothing is improvised at all. It's all scripted. This is actually pre-recorded. Believe it or not, this is not live at all. So, that being said,
ladies and gentlemen, if you just tuned in, you might be a little confused. Or, if you've been here for a while, you know that Rikki Thrash is the biggest jokester and he just pranked every single 50,000 one of you. 50,000 of you, rather. 50,001 of you doesn't really, well, yes, there's 50,001 people out there watching the Rikki Thrash Show. So give yourselves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing is nothing is scripted. Just shot myself in the foot again. Nothing is scripted on this show. Everything is just totally spur of the moment. We're living in the moment here. We're riding the wave all the way to Vice City tonight. And you know exactly what to do. Grab that extra butter tonight. Grab that extra popcorn. And I want you to lather it up. Lather it all over that popcorn. Joe says 57,001. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Lather it. I said lather it all over that popcorn because we got a lot of popcorn. I'm seeing Pale's bringing all the popcorn. He's got extra popcorn, and I know you guys have the extra butter. So let's do this right tonight. All right? Let's do this right. You know, last night was a great stream. Raise that up a little bit. Last night was a great stream, ladies and gentlemen. If you got the chance to witness that, I mean, that was truly incredible, that experience. I mean, we came up with the most epic power ballad probably of all day and just went with it and just shredded all over it and had a blast with it. We even brought the actual grand piano in here. Somehow we fit the whole grand piano in here. And we made it work, and it just sounded beautiful. I mean, I think those of you who were here can attest to that. Those of you who were not here just saw the intro to this broadcast and are like, wow, Ricky, that I bet was the opposite of beautiful, okay? That stream last night, I bet it was the opposite of beautiful. Because you know what the opposite of beautiful is? It's not beautiful. And that's what you're thinking. You're thinking that last night was not beautiful, okay? And you guys are saying, oh, Rikki Thrash, just play the music and stop talking. Well, listen, it doesn't matter. Because none of you actually said that. That's just the voice in my head saying, shut up, Ricky, and let's go. Because we're running out of daylight. We're running out of the sunlight. But when the sun goes down amongst the horizon, that's when the lights turn on, and that's when the stream turns on, and that's when everything gets better. It just keeps getting better. There is no way that this stream will ever not be the greatest stream of all time. Yeah. That being said, shut up and make some music, Ricky. It's okay. I said it for you guys. I knew you guys were thinking that. Like, you know, I know you guys are nice and try not to, you know, forget that. I want to move on from that. But anyways, that chord progression, not even joking, that we played at the start was just beautiful. And I hate to. I already forgot that. That was just off the top of the head, as always, but I already forgot what I played. I mean, it was something like this. No. And then we went on to do the... for a while, but there was something before that I played I loved. I think this was it. Yeah, this is it. You guys remember now. I say we do something with that because that's just a lovely chord progression. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know? That kind of tempo, I think we go with that. So let's do that. Does that sound good to you, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the Rikki Thrash Show. My name is Rikki Thrash. I live in the 1980s, and Tony has hooked us up
with the greatest equipment of all time to go live in front of a futuristic audience. You are my thrashers and thrashettes, and I want to welcome you to the greatest stream of all Thursday nights this week. Give yourself a round of applause for being here. Let's get started with some epic 1980s music from the soul. I messed up. I like it though. Now hold on a minute. Yo, don't stop. Don't stop clapping. I need it. Now that is what I'm talking about. Motor City says the 80s were all about heavy metal and epic power ballads, I might add. And that's exactly what we're gonna bring to the table tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight is the ride of all of our lives. The smoothest experience of all time. All right, nobody freak out though. Ah! Hello, this is Ricky. Yes. What can I do you for? I see. Does anybody know about this? Just your dog, huh? Well, listen. I need you to keep it between you and your dog. Don't let this get out. I'm gonna take care of this. Hey. You can thank me later. Hasta luego. There it is. right, we're adding the most delightful keys to this. Here we go.
And if you're ready, I want to see all the pianos in the chat right now. All the keyboards that you can find under your fingertips. Drop them in the fax machine messages.
Up. All right, let's come up with something simple for the main melody here. Here we go. Off the top of the head. All right. What? No. There we go. Happened to the sustain. That's no good. It's a weird thing. I gotta press the sustain after I press record. Tony didn't tell me about all these technical difficulties that we would be having while recording. But alas, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. But if you're ready to experience greatness tonight, that's good. Let's add the bass. Oh, you know what? We had to replace the batteries in the bass, ladies and gentlemen, but we're good to go now. Because otherwise, we're just a figment of your imagination. A very large figment. Because the power of the 1980s and the power of all the figments are here tonight. You better believe it. Another power ballad for tonight.
You missed it last night if you weren't here, but that was one power ballad to beat. I don't know if we can do it tonight, but we're gonna try. And we're gonna give it our all. Man, that's a tongue twister. We're gonna give it our all. We're gonna give it our all. You know, those two last words gonna flow together. We're gonna give it our all. Let's just sound it out from here on out. And that's exactly what we're doing tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we're sounding it all out tonight. We're sounding it out. And if you're on board with the Rikki Thrash Show and you're ready to sound it out, make some noise for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. You deserve it. What are we feeling? I'm feeling something like just groovy, not just a 4 to the floor.
play the right notes. That's interesting. I don't know if I like it though. I mean, we could definitely amp the energy up if we want to do that. We can do a lot of things. Kind of cool. Y'all are saying slap it, huh?
You guys like it when I slap the bass, huh?
Then let's slap the bass. might have been the best one. Maddie says, good here. Happy to be in the Thrash Lounge for a long day. That's the spirit. It's what I like to hear, baby. Here in the Thrash Lounge. And it's time to smoke all the cigars you got. Because here in the Thrash Lounge, we're about to amp things up and slow things down all at the same time. Yeah, baby. It's time to amp it up. Giorgio's slowly panning away. All right, it's time to lay down even more bass. And I know you might be thinking, Rikki Thrash, there's no way you can nail down even more bass when you already have all of the bass running all at once. Well, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who might be asking that may or may not be a first-timer here on the Rikki Thrash Show, because we all know that Rikki Thrash is all about the bass here on the show, and we aren't afraid to show it. So we're gonna crank up the bass tonight, and if you're with me, then I wanna hear it in the fax machine messages. I think we need to crank it up even more. I don't know, but bass on bass on bass is what Katie's saying. So, that being said, let's put the bass on bass on bass. You gotta find the groove. I gotta find it. I'm not there yet. Here we go. First take. That wasn't it. Two, three. That wasn't it either. Nope. I tell you what. In order to provide the bass on bass on bass, let's add back the drums. Here we go. That's kind of cool. We're gonna go with that. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Rikki Thrash is in charge. He is the leader of March, which just passed. It's May now. March, April, May, that's 3 months ago. Yeah, in the room. I lost sound. Anyways, as I was saying, my name is Rikki Thrash. I go by Rikki Thrash, and nobody else calls me anything else because my name is Rikki Thrash. My name is Rikki Thrash. My name is Rikki Thrash. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a song called My Name is Rikki Thrash. And I hope hope you enjoyed that thoroughly, because I sure did.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the bass on the bass on the bass.
That is tasty. Woo! You know what time it is? It's time to rev it up. Rev up your engines, ladies and gentlemen, tonight. Is the night of your life. Tonight, we are building the greatest song of all Thursday nights this week. So get ready.
I don't know, man. I don't know if it's the cable or if it's my guitar, but like, for some reason. See what I mean? Like, see what I mean?
Hold on. See, I'm having difficulties. It's also out of tune. Yeah, I don't know if it's the pickup, because I have the same thing happens on that guitar over there as well. I think. In fact, let's test it. Live here on the Rikki Thrash Show. We're going to do a little trial and error segment, okay? It's good to transition into our next segment, ladies and gentlemen. This one's called Find Out What the Problem Is.
What is going on right now? I can't get it in tune.
Yikes. Scal 404 just subscribed.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Scal back to the greatest show of all time, the greatest live broadcast. Give some racket to Mr. Scal 404. Welcome. Welcome back, Scal.
That's better. I forgot how the ending goes. It's been a long time. All right, anyways, as I was trying to figure this out, I don't know. Let's see if it's the cable. Let's see if it's something else. Let's just see if it's... I want to say my other guitars do that, but let's just double check. Let's confirm. Let's take one variable at a time. What's this about a 40-year Poison tribute? I'll be playing a Poison tribute show up in up north at the Salisbury Center. Wherever that is. I can't remember where that is. Indiana? Massachusetts? It's somewhere up there. Look, I'm all the way down south, okay? I don't know what goes on up there north, but listen, all I know is that I'm gonna get on a plane and we're gonna play the greatest tribute show known to man. Not just Poison, but known to man. So that's what that's about. And then, you know, there might be talk of spreading that around a little bit more. Maybe we'll go on, play a few more shows after that. We'll see. I mean, you know, why learn the songs? Why put on the greatest tribute show of all time and then only play it once? You know what I mean? So, I'm all for playing more shows. We'll see what the other guys say about it. All right, let's see if this guitar does the same exact thing. I think it does, if I remember correctly, but I don't know for sure. Yeah, the amp hiss is, you know, it's just old school rock and roll. That's all it is, baby. And then I crank the volume up, and then you get this. Been a while since I played that. That is a fun song to play. I haven't played it in a while, but that solo is just a blast, you know? Something like that. Anyway, is that clipping? Is my guitar clipping? Like sounding really bad? All right, I believe you. Anyway, okay, back to what we were doing before, though. I mean, we got a little sidetracked. Honestly, I think I blew the sound card in my my wireless pack here, my battery-operated wireless pack. I think I blew the speakers. I've been rocking out so much that it's starting to sound like it's clipping. I don't know. Maybe it's just old. Maybe it's just, you know, old equipment from the 1980s and I need to upgrade or something. I don't know what it is, but for now, we're doing fine. Sounds like a rad ZZ Top tone, huh? I mean, they usually play Les Pauls, but... This was definitely not as shreddy as my Les Paul. It's just, I don't feel as fast. But you see, the Strat kind of makes me slow down a little bit, you know, in a good way. Whoa! Okay,
Back to what I was doing before. I started walking around and all of a sudden it might be that other guitar, honestly. I thought I was having trouble with this guitar once too, though. Like as I move around, like it wouldn't. Cleans up really nice.
Suited to be a Baywatch hunk dressed like that. What do I do in my spare time? I find a spare wave to ride. Out into the sea, I breathe the water.
All right. I don't know. Let's plug in that other guitar just to just to get back to that song because I feel like this is a shreddy song, and we need a shreddy guitar to back that up. You know what I mean? All right, how we doing tonight? We'll see what we can do. We might jam over this for a little bit, and then we'll switch over to the bass and play some tunes. It's a good night here in Vice City. If you're just tuning in, go check out the video I just posted on YouTube today. I timed myself in the 1 mile on the track. See how fast I could run. I haven't timed myself in the mile in so long. The fastest I ever ran it was a 5:27, I think. Potentially, it could have been a 5:17. I can't remember. It had a 7 in it. But it was either a 5:17 or a 5:27. But I think it's a 5:27. 5:17 is booking it. 5:27 is too. But anyways, that's the fastest. That's my PR. And I'm working my way up to beat that. So anyways, go check that out. It's on YouTube. Latest video. All right, let's play some music. Michelle's checked it out. She said it was ridiculous. Ridiculously crazy. See, there it goes again. I guess it's this guitar. See what I mean? It's this pickup, which I've had problems with this pickup all the time. I have to really... What VHS is this? Ian says. Yeah, it's definitely the pickup switch. I've had problems with it. It doesn't always register. I just got to bend. There's a metal piece in here that I have to unscrew the guitar and like bend it to make it, complete the circuit. And it's not touching all the time. It's not completing the circuit to get technical, but it is what it is. I just want to sit here and play. Plus I got some bad pots on this guitar. I mean, this is not, you hear that? It's no bueno.
Welcome to the Rikki Thrash Show, ladies and gentlemen. If you are here having a good time, I want you to make the greatest noise of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear it. You deserve it. Make some noise. And then we add in the bass. be with the music notes. Just says, rip it, Rikki Thrash. Here we go. Getting funky indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Give yourself a round of applause tonight for being here and getting funky with Rikki Thrash on the Rikki Thrash Show.
And as the jam comes to an end, I want us all to remember what got us here. Never forget who you are and where you've come from. Whoops. And never forget that Rikki Thrash never makes any sort of mistakes on stream. Let's just get that established. All right. And as this jam comes to an end, as we ride the groove out into the night sky, which we will see in a second, we have to remember and acknowledge the fact that there's so much potential. Across the water, there's a feeling of uncertainty, a feeling of surprise, the feeling of being unsure. Never forgetting where we came from, but always curious of the future. The question is, what will come next? Not only on this lovely Thursday night episode of the Rikki Thrash Show, but in life. What comes next? In your job, in your hobbies, in your relationships. Well, listen, I don't know the answer to that question. But the only thing we can hold on to and know for certain is that there's hope. Hope for the future to come alive, to stay alive, to be alive. In the near future, in the far future, no matter what you look, the future is bright. And it all depends on us to bring all the light in that direction. Because without us, without you, without me, it would just be dark.
NY_Michelle tipped $10. Y&T Summertime Girls. Pretty please.
Michelle for the wonderful donation. I tell you, that was so much needed. And after all those, I drank about 7 gallons of water during the break, okay? You guys were going crazy, like, oh no! What happened to the stream? Is this normal? Where'd he go? Golly. Had to call Tony up real quick and tell him to, like, do something about it. You guys were going crazy as I was just trying to get some water. That was intense, okay? I'll dial it back. Dadgummit!
But ladies and gentlemen, we are back, all hydrated. We're ready to rock in the spirit of summertime. Thank you, Michelle, for that lovely donation and that lovely request. I appreciate that. She was like, you know what? Instead of worrying about what might happen, I'm just going to send in a request. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know how to send in a request, just ask Michelle, honestly. It's in the link in my whatever.
You can get water anytime you want, Sir Thrash.
Gabe Tubular! Bringing all the tubular vibrations to the 1980s with a $5 donation, giving us permission to drink all the water we want. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Michelle and Gabe and everybody else who has donated tonight. I mean, this has been once of a lifetime experience. And I want you to give yourself a round of applause for being here tonight. We're sitting at 20,000 viewers on Twitch. And 17,000 over on YouTube. You might be thinking, Rikki Thrash, man, what's happening? You're streaming on both platforms now. Well, listen. YouTube can be unreliable. As we start playing the music of rock and roll, the greatest decade of all time, we realize a couple things, ladies and gentlemen. We realize that we might be kicked off with the copyrights at any moment. So we just need to stand prepared on Twitch. And we got 22,000 viewers on Twitch live watching as we speak. So give yourself, well, nah. You already know what to do. Lil Stormy.
Lil Stormy 1216 tipped $10. Motley Crue Live Wire.
Motley Crue Live Wire. Yeah, I actually programmed that voice. That's actually me talking. Motley Crue Live Wire. Am I pretty? I'm pretty spot on. I don't know about you guys. Lil Stormy wants some Motley Crue. And not only does she want some Motley Crue, but she wants to get a little crazy, to get a little amped up, turning the dial to 11, plugging in that guitar, and turning it into a golden rock and roll machine. And why is it golden? Well, because gold's number one.
And ladies and gentlemen, tonight, you are looking at the number one stream of all of this room right now. That's right. So get ready, aim, and fire. For some Motley Crue. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is the night of our lives. We're just gonna keep rolling with the crew tonight, baby!
I got something to say. She got an alligator back, top hat to match. Dressed in black on black. She got a Filipino girl that she claims as a friend. I tell you, boys, was bound to laugh. Now I used to call her Cindy, she changed her name to Sam. I guess that's the name of her game. Yeah, I really used to love her. Yeah, she discovered it's gotta be a sexual game.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold that thought. That's right, give yourself a round of applause. We got a new subscriber, thanks to Lil Stormy. Gifting the tier 1 sub out to Synthwave. Welcome to the family, Synthwave. Shall we continue with the Motley Crew? Sounds good to me.
Thank you, everybody, for the subscriptions tonight. Means a lot. Look, I don't want anything in return. All right, I'm doing this for fun. Hang out with my thrashers. But by you guys supporting, donating, tipping, throwing the bits at me, subscribing, gifting subs, all of that, it means the world and makes these streams that more thrash-tastic. So thank you for all the donations tonight, but it's definitely not necessary. So sit back, relax, enjoy the evening with Rikki Thrash on the Rikki Thrash Show, the greatest live broadcast of the 1980s. And with that being said,
let's take it to the top. All right, well, now that we're at the top,
let's keep playing. How does that sound, ladies and gentlemen? How are we doing tonight? Because I'm doing fantastic.
Hail Destroyer. Hail Destroyer, says Rikki Tikki. I had to sound that one out. Have to go back to 3rd grade to sound that one out. Wow! Welcome. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the broadcast, the greatest live broadcast of the 1980s. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Tony tonight on that yacht party, sitting across in the middle of the ocean. One eye bolted at that CRT TV, and the other eye bolted at those beautiful babes, making sure the stream is in check. He even checked on you guys while I was getting some water in my 5-minute break. That's all I get, okay? And Tony's been on top of it tonight. No dropouts, no nothing tonight. This might go down as the greatest stream of all time. We're gonna play a couple more and then take a quick, active break, I should say. You'll see what I'm talking about here in a minute. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We're just getting started, having the greatest night of our lives. And tonight, you guys are bringing the energy. You guys are bringing the heat. So I thank you all for coming in tonight. I want you to give yourself a round of applause for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're sitting at 52,000 viewers across all platforms right now, so that's a lot of people. And it shows because you guys deserve the world. Tonight is the night of our lives. Let's keep rocking. That bass tone, man. It's digging, baby.
That was beautiful. I tell you what, that doesn't get much better than that, ladies and gentlemen. A little Def Leppard. So we shall keep that going. Let's try this song. Oh, check, check, 1, 2. Let's try this song. I don't know if I know it, but I want to play it. I'm going to play with me. Let's see if I know it. I don't know.
We'll figure it out. Yeah. That's how you do it. That's exactly how it's played on bass.
Let's play another song that I played a while ago. And it's kind of got that same groove in a way. I don't know. This might be a bad idea. This might be an exception. This came a few years ago.
So, mid 70s maybe. So we'll see. There it is.
This song's so fun to play, but it's so hard. So we'll see what we can do. We might have to pause it middle of the song. Here we go.
Gotta get this right. I knew exactly what that was.
Ladies and gentlemen, man down. Dadgummit. Rest in peace, Tile. A moment of silence, please.
One more time.
It was so fun. We were having all the energy in here. And then all of a sudden, the tiles on the walls are falling. Moment of silence once again for my tile that fell and broke. Scratched up the synthesizer too, dadgummit! Oh well, at least it was on camera. Because if it just happened by itself alone, I would have been ticked off, that's for sure. And I tell you what, I guess that means that I just gotta stream more often, because when stuff like that happens, I want it to be on camera. I want you to witness it. So I guess I just gotta stream more often. I guess the Rikki Thrash Show has to keep airing more and more. I guess Mondays, Tuesdays are sounding a little quiet at the moment. I might have to start streaming all week. All 8 days of the week. Just wanted to make sure you guys are listening. Because you need to wake up if you aren't. All right, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All right? It's time to wake up. That's all I got to say. Let's take a break. Tonight, you are witnessing greatness. The greatest break of all time is live in the thrash. When I say take 5, I mean take 5 awesome, totally tubular minutes, and use that time to fulfill the greatest destiny of all. And with that, the 80s live on. Welcome back to the darkness. Go back outside while I fix this. My thrashers, my thrashettes. Come on back inside, ladies and gentlemen. You goofballs. Welcome back It was a long 5 minutes without you. But I tell you what, those long 5 minutes allowed us all to do some thinking. One Hollywood D1 says, I dig the streams. Well, thank you. You know, Tony's really looking over the stream tonight, making sure everything is entertaining and running smoothly and allowing us to do our job. Tonight has been so smooth. I don't want to jinx anything, but I tell you what, look, I sat down with Tony on the phone for a long time. Yeah, you might be thinking like, well, you sat down with him. I mean, he's never around. Well, he's not ever around. He's usually partying on a boat with a bunch of chicks, but that's besides the point. You might be thinking like, have you ever even seen him in your life? You know, very rarely. But anyways, I sat down with Tony on the phone and we worked out a lot of issues together. And tonight, other than my guitar, which is a whole different other problem that I've had for years, my guitar pickup switch selector, other than that kind of wimping out on us, tonight has gone down as one of the greatest, the most smoothest streams of all time. So ladies and gentlemen, oh, and other than my tile falling, but I mean, it's like, what can you do? That's not technical. That's just unfortunate. You know, that's nothing we can do. So I'm happy. Finally, dadgummit. Holy smokes. Man, this has been a whirlwind. Tell you what, we finally, 2.5 months into this, finally got the hang of things. We finally got the setup. Again, knocking on wood, not jinxing it, but Gabe says tonight was pure greatness. And ladies and gentlemen, we're just getting started. That's what I'm talking about. So, that being said, now that we finally got our feet under us, we can finally pursue what we wanted to pursue. Tell us about your summer project. I don't know if I know what you're talking about, Michelle. I have a lot of summer projects. Unless you just mean in general. I got a lot of stuff going on. A lot of things I'm trying to do. Oh, that one. I mean, I wouldn't say that's an all summer thing, but it is happening in the summer. It's just one show as of right now. I mean, you know, there's rumors in the air that we might do more, but we're doing a big Poison tribute show up north. I always forget where it is. Virginia? I always forget. I never can nail that down. Salisbury Center. Wherever that is. But anyways, yeah, so we're doing that with my good friend Ben and Gavin. And it'll be a fun one. Yeah, Virginia. I think that's right. But yeah, I'm excited. So I got to learn the songs. So you better believe that over the next few streams, I'm going to be playing a lot of Poison. Honestly, just learning them, because I don't know many Poison songs, honestly. I know a few. I know the main ones, but I think one stream in particular, I think we're just going to go through the whole Poison set list that I have, and we're going to learn those songs. So. Maddie says, we won't get any argument from us. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, there are a lot of fun ones. It's up north somewhere, Synthwave. I have no idea, man. I'm just down. I'm the furthest south you can get. Besides maybe southern Texas. Actually, which one's lower? Is Miami lower? Or southern Texas? What takes the lowest point? Actually not sure about that. But anyway. I'm pretty far south, nonetheless. But yes, we're gonna be rocking some Poison over the next few weeks. We need to start practicing. So, maybe next week we'll start getting onto that. We will probably do that next Wednesday. Get the set list going and just learn Poison songs all night. We might do, we'll stick it to the usual schedule. We'll start with a loop Wednesday night, and then we'll shift over to just all Poison. It'll be a Poison night. And I'll still take requests, but it's all Poison requests. Joe says Florida is lower. Yeah, I didn't know. I knew it was pretty close. I never really studied the map to see which one is lower. Can you fix my boombox? What's wrong with it? We can't have a broken boombox on the loose. I mean, that's what you use to play the Rikki Thrash music on, All my cassettes. Ricky Rocket stole his name from me. You're right. I don't know what that was about. But I obviously came first, man. I don't know. I guess I'm a little older than Ricky Rocket. I don't know. Brian says, please play Gene Simmons on bass. We might do that. We haven't played Kiss in a long time. We might have to throw some Kiss in the loop. We're taking a quick couch breather. Just talking, hanging out with the Thrashers and Thrashettes. Saxon's a great band. That song, Princess of the Night, is probably my favorite Saxon song. She was a princess of the night, and on the light and on the wall. You know that one? Hanging with RT, baby, on the Rikki Thrash Show. Man, we've been active tonight. How long have we been going for? What time is it? Is it 10 p.m.? Is that what I see? On the analog clock on my wall? It's 10:45. We started at 7. We've been going for almost 4 hours, ladies and gentlemen, but time has been flying by. We're definitely going to hit the 4-hour mark tonight. Possibly even the 5-hour mark. We'll see what the music brings us tonight. We'll see, sometimes the direction of the music kind of takes us on a certain path that we never know what to expect. Sometimes that path just keeps landing song after song that we can't stop playing. We can't put the bass down. But then other times, Tony throws us a curveball. And the tiles start coming down. And the walls start to crash. just like the waves in the distant ocean. But we think to ourselves, this too shall pass. And as the waves crash, we grab our surfboard and we ride into the sunset, getting lost in time, getting lost in spirit. Nikki says, I liked your video today. 527 Mile is crazy. That's what I'm talking about! Sorry, I got a little excited. Nikki, welcome to the family. Little Stormy, thank you for the gifted sub. Anyways, yes, 527 is crazy. It was probably 10 years ago when I timed a mile on the track. FYI, it was on the track, ran a 527. I was talking about it earlier. It could have been a 517, but I think it was a 527. I just couldn't, I never wrote it down. Or I probably did back in the day, but I think it was a 527. I'm just gonna go with that, but it was definitely one or the other, but there's no way it was a 517. Come on now. 527, my record high. The secret to a sub 6 minute mile is shorty shorts. It's a good thing I got plenty of them, baby. We're gonna get sub 6 right now. Right now. Actually, literally right this second. Let's go run. Come on. I'm kidding, I'm too tired. It's 10:45. Relax, everybody. Relax. 527, that's the goal. 526 to beat it. So I'm gonna train for that over the next few weeks. It's gonna take me a couple months to get there, but I'm gonna train for it. And I tell you, yeah, I'm a little sore from the other day. That was on Tuesday. I filmed that on Tuesday. Got it out to my team. Tony looked at it, critiqued the footage, and we got it out this morning. So I'm a little sore. My groin's starting to feel it a little bit. But I almost hopped in the ice tub today, but I just never got around to it. But I did get the most epic Thrasher size workout in the gym today. And if you want to know exactly what I did, the link is in the description or in my profile, wherever you are. Just head to my website, rikkythrash.com, and you'll find Thrasher size. It's a custom workout plan that I follow to a T to look shredded, just like me. So I'm saying, Rambo 3 physique coming soon, and I'm gonna follow the Thrasher size plan. So if you wanna hop on that with me, head to the link in the description and hop on Thrasher size. But enough nonsense. It's time to get focused. Just had to add that. That was actually in the song. And the song's so good. I mean, the drum fills are just coming in at the right time.
600 bits. Give it up for Chris Carr. Eric Carr, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, a little stormy coming in like a bolt of lightning in the middle of a little kiss. And I tell you what, 600 bits, I appreciate that. Little stormy, throw out a song of your choice and I'll play it. We'll play some Rat after this little stormy. Johnny Hollow with a gifted sub.
I wanna see it in your eyes.
fellow thrasher. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Johnny to the club. With a big round of applause. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, what a night to be alive. Got a couple new subscribers, so welcome to the family. If you have Amazon Prime, you know what just to do. Use that Amazon Prime to become a member of the greatest club of all time. If you're over on Twitch, the Thrashers, the Thrashettes. We live on through the 1980s. Welcome to the greatest decade of them all. Tonight, we rock out, and we don't look back.
You take the midnight subway train. You call another shots. You strip a lightning. You're in love. You take the evening one-on-one. You're only living to have fun. You want to use me, take me home tonight. I'll make you wish that you were mine. You strip a lightning. You're in love. It's not what body. Well, turn around, remember me. I'm the one who's out and aims and bleeds. You're making living love and hot. You spin me like a top. You take the evening one-on-one. You're only living to have fun. You strip a lightning. You're in love. It's not what body. Turn around, remember me. I'm the one who's out and aims and bleeds. You're in love.
It's not worth fighting, baby. You're in love with the greatest rock and roll show of all time, the Rikki Thrash Show. A little rat on your Thursday evening. Deluge says Juan Crucier would be proud. That's what the 80s brought to the forefront, the guitar hero. That's right. The 80s, the greatest decade of them all. And it's so good to be talking to a futuristic audience right here, right now, live in the thrash on the greatest broadcast of the 1980s. So give yourself a round of applause for being here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to continue on the night. I'll be taking some requests tonight, but I'm gonna keep playing anyways. So let's do that. Now that is how it's done. A little balcony jam right on top. Top of the world, ladies and gentlemen. That was a little Def Leppard. Not a little Def Leppard, but it was a little bit of a big Def Leppard. I tell you what, you should have seen the paws on that thing. All right? Why do you think I'm wearing sunglasses, okay? We put up a fight. But I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, tonight is the night of all of our lives. How would... All right, just remind Tony to charge the batteries next time, okay? We're slowly fading away. But we're just getting started at the same time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the greatest live broadcast of all night. Good night, Scylla. Michelle says 26,000 viewers. That's what I'm talking about. Just went up to 27,000, so give yourself a round of applause. It's better to burn out than fade away. 28,000 viewers, now 30,000 viewers. Let's see if I know this one. I tell you what, the Rikki Thrash Show is never enough. So give yourself a round of applause for that wonderful performance by Rikki Thrash. I even lost my pack and everything. Listen, we're jumping around. We're having a good time. We can't ever get enough. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is the night of our lives. And as you give yourselves a round of applause, we want to keep playing, because that's what we do here on stream, on the Rikki Thrash Show. And I think you guys know this next song. So let's see if we can keep playing and dance the night away. Maybe I don't know it. Wow. It's a weird tuning. I had to slow that down and play slowly. I actually never learned that, so I think we got it now. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll play a few more. Sing along if you know it. Yeah, man. I don't know some of those intricate parts. I haven't nailed down, but that's fun. That's a fun song. I love that. Synthwave says you shredded. Jake guessed it. Off the first note, he knows his rat. I met Paul Gilbert. I met Paul Gilbert. Man, I can't speak right now. I met Paul Gilbert at a guitar clinic, and he announced he was working on a project with Billy Sheehan. Are you talking about the Paul Gilbert and Billy Sheehan? Don't even get me started with that. Here's the next one, sing along. Well, sing, you know, I'll see if you know it. That's what I meant to say, but then also sing along if you know it. Ladies and gentlemen, whoo! I'm moving that whole time. There's no, there's no breaks in that one. That's a fun one, man. A fun one indeed. Here's some kicks for you, baby. Sing this song at the same time. But an A for effort. We're just gonna keep that trend going, baby. Who likes some kicks out there in the audience on the Rikki Thrash Show on a Thursday night? Ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause. We're sitting at 60,000 viewers tonight, live on broadcast. You deserve it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of night. We have time for a couple more songs tonight. It's been a wonderful evening with you guys, hanging out with the Thrashers and Thrashettes. What a freaking smooth night. In fact, so smooth that Tony, I'm gonna have to give him a raise. And you might be thinking, well, you don't pay him at all. Well, you're right. But I'll give him a couple high fives when I see fit, and I think tonight he deserves a couple high fives. So give a round of applause for Tony and Giorgio and the whole team at the Rikki Thrash Show. I'll do a little White Snake coming up. We got time for 2 more songs. So now is your time to just shout it out for free, baby. For free. No donations necessary. Drug Blind, thank you for the bits. We're definitely gonna do some White Snake, I saw that earlier. Gabe says best stream ever at that actually. Two more songs. Ooh, that's a good song, Michelle. We're gonna do that one. We're gonna do that one for sure. The Zoo. We'll do some White Snake. What White Snake song shall it be? It's a great question. We'll do The Zoo and some sort of White Snake. What White sings? Can't speak. What White Snake song do you guys want? Bad Boys? All right, we'll do Bad Boys. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It's been a wonderful night. We'll play a couple more, and then I'll see you tomorrow night at 6 or 7 p.m. I haven't decided yet, but just stay tuned to my Instagram and social media. Tony will be running those, because I have no idea what those are, but he's got access to a couple things in the future that he told me to give a shout out to. So follow me on Instagram, and I'll be going live tomorrow night around 6 or 7 Eastern time. And I want you all there to experience the 1980s, the greatest decade of them all. As we sit down and play Vice City, but don't forget about the rock and roll and the greatest music of all time to start the stream out, to start the stream strong. But tonight, we're gonna finish the stream even stronger. So thank you for being here tonight, and let's play us out.
I know you.
Nice. That's a fun one, baby. Bad Boys, one of my favorite songs of all time by one of my favorite bands of all time. And speaking of favorites, let's take you a trip to the zoo. Now that we're in tune, has been called. Coming back like a bolt of lightning, Crown Renee, coming in hot with the 1,000 bits as we're just shutting down the stream. Crown Renee, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to the greatest live stream of all time. Whoa, what's this? An encore?
Every time I leave, you say you won't be there, and you're always there. Every time I cry your name at night, you pull close and say it's alright. I look in your eyes just like the rain, washing me clean, wash over me, touching your face. I feel the heat of your heartbeat echo in my head like a scream. What you do to me? Waited so long, I can't wait another day without you. Can't see that one way. It's a long way.
Guys, I had to get the tuning right, man. I tell you, all these songs are just fluctuating just slightly, you know? All the songs are just off, so I gotta make sure we do this right. We're gonna start the song over.
Oh my gosh, hold on. Just relax. I think that's it.
Every time I leave.
All right, we're going with that.
Every time I leave, you say you won't be there, and you're always there. Every time I cry your name at night, you pull close and say it's alright. I look in your eyes just like the rain, washing me clean, wash over me, touching your face. I feel the heat of your heart.
just got kicked off.
Close my eyes on the
YouTube just got kicked off because the copyrights have stricken.
Well, Twitch is always standing. Follow me. What a night. My thrashers and thrashettes. I have to meet someone at midnight at the docks. And this time I'm taking it personally.